Morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Hello, hello. First time here, welcome. I do show my trades as clearly as I would say you see on my videos and pretty much walk through my whole thought process. I try not to just have a blank stare sitting at the screens. I might have some today. I feel like I slept like garbage last night. It's just been so hot recently and I don't have great AC where I'm at. Big sell-off overnight. Welcome from Turkey. What am I trading? I'm trading the micro NASDAQ, which has been looks like yesterday we did eventually bottom, but it was like 1 o'clock before it. I would assume this is basically a 50% pullback or more. Yesterday was a crazy sell-off. I wonder how much that ended up being. Yesterday that was almost a 2% sell-off, then a percent recovery, and now we're down almost a percent overnight. Basically retesting. I think this is actually a nice spot to look for a reversal today. Clear level, retest, make a new low here. Clearly overextended. And then, you know, big picture, I mean, there's definitely news going on. I saw there was something about tariffs. And then, you know, obviously there's Middle East news going on every now and then. Let's see what oil's doing this morning. Oil's just still slowly climbing. I think it's going to climb up to here. On a daily, and it's funny trying to think about, oh, we're in this wedge on the NASDAQ. I mean, also we're just in this chop fest right now. That's why somewhere down here definitely seems like a good spot to go long. We could sell off a little bit more before this pops. And of course, there is the increasing possibility that this does this to test it down here. I think it's more likely, though, we have some kind of pullback just because it's pretty overextended. And this major support, I would say, is more of down here. But we definitely have this area. You could pull across that we're testing right now. A pretty clean overnight downtrend here. A couple of versions of a downtrend right now. We're kind of starting to bottom. We got 25 minutes to the open. I don't think there's much news today. Let's see. Unemployment came out at slightly better than expected, but that's really not that much of a change. I mean, I'd assume 8:30 when that came out. Was that 8:30? Yeah. There was like basically no movement. Minor news at 10 o'clock. I don't really think that's going to do much. Tomorrow's got minor news. 10 o'clock. Tomorrow might have a little bit of movement. Wonder if this comes up and retests this and then sells off. That's just a, you know, a stair step down. Or it could be retesting this. I mean, it's basically at the bottom there. I mean, it's already broken above that too. Trying to think about what a trade here looks like. Because this does look like it has the potential to just move up pre-market. Kind of made a low here. This is much more of an actual bottom. And then maybe we do something like this. Market's really methodical overnight. Like, this is crazy methodical. It's almost like picture perfect right there. Could see if like a little spike pullback at the open or something. Looks good for long, but right now it's looks like it might be just going. But it could do this. Just gonna see if that plays out. I really look at other markets, so sorry about that. I really only look at the NASDAQ. Sometimes I'll look at the ES. The ES actually was crazy yesterday. I kind of want to look at it just because yesterday was so divergent. I mean, it's kind of the same. It had a big sell-off recovery and then a sell-off overnight to retest. It's just a lot more bullish versus the NASDAQ's all the way down here. So that's the thing. The micro intraday movements are very similar. They're just smaller. And then the big picture is definitely much different in a way. I don't plan to start really using order flow or anything. I'm just sticking to what I'm doing. You know, just hunkering down on kind of my new entry model here. And just being patient and letting that play out over time. You know, I did a lot of changes over the last couple of months and testing. And I think that the idea is that period is not over necessarily, but coming to a slow to where, okay, now I can kind of give things time to play out in a way. Am I looking to enter shorts today? I don't know. I mean, big picture, if you look at a 60-minute, I mean, it's crazy we've been in this kind of this action. But to me, I mean, we're more near the bottom of this range. You know, up here, it's like, oh, I was kind of thinking, oh, maybe the big picture trend takes it over and we push higher. Down here, I could see that thought process too. Maybe the big picture trend takes over and we push lower. I mean, we could still push down to here and still reverse and stay in this range. But I mean, I don't know. From what I've seen, I mean, we've been in this range here for a month almost. Is that we just keep ranging. And so it's like, if that's what the market's doing, I'm just going to use that mindset and approach because that's what it's doing. You know, it's more likely to repeat what it's going to do versus necessarily change, you know, and break out. And I think on a shorter time frame, it's pretty dang overextended to the downside here. I think this is going to pop up some. I would still maybe look to get in on a pullback here. If it does, maybe at the market open, some kind of retest of this to go higher that doesn't make a new low. Maybe if it makes a new low, could still look for something like that. And if it just kind of shoots up, well, we'll move on and see what it looks like it's going to do from there, and maybe look for a short. Because definitely there is a lot of momentum to the downside. You notice I have multiple NinjaTrader accounts? I actually don't. I only have one. So NinjaTrader has a swing indicator that marks support resistance. That'd be kind of interesting. I wonder if it's just built into the platform. It does. Never seen that before. Oh, I see. It's one of these kind of indicators. Oh, I see. It's more of like plotting the swing high and lows to help identify break a structure. It's not necessarily, I would say, supply and demand zones. But that could definitely be helpful when you're, you know, if you're trying to use something like that. Am I ever planning to trade the ES? Not in the near future. I mean, maybe if, you know, for some reason over time, I don't end up liking the more volatility of the NQ, I'd switch. But I think I do want to stick with the idea of I'm only going to trade one or the other. I'm not going to look to trade both again. How do you set up your stop loss in NinjaTrader? I would definitely go check out my tutorial I have on it on my YouTube homepage. If you just scroll down, you'll find it. I think anytime, I don't think it's actually that much more complicated than TradingView. I think it's probably just platform, learning a new one. A lot of times, anytime you switch to a different platform, it's confusing because they're all slightly different. I was kind of hoping for maybe a pullback here, and I was thinking I might jump in on it pre-market, but as we get close to the open here, if it sells off into the open, I don't want to jump in. I think I'm just going to wait until the market opens to see what happens. I do think big picture, though, it still looks good to the upside, but it's not at a spot that I want to enter in at. So just going to have to wait and see if we get, one more pullback here. Kind of test this area and look for an entry to go up. Might just get a spike at the open. We'll see. Everyone says draw support off of a 60-minute. I mean, all that stuff's so personal preference, but frankly, like if you look at my levels on a 15-minute and then you drag a 60-minute over or look at the same, they look the exact same. You still get the major swings. It's all about just as long as you're drawing off of the major swings, I think that's what matters. You can do it on smaller time frames. It's just more about filtering the spots that, aren't worth it. The noise from a smaller time frame. Trying to see what it would look like if I did enter in on a pullback here. Decent risk reward if we do end up popping. I do have a trailing stop that I usually trade with. If you watch any of my videos or watch when I'm in a trade that doesn't get knocked out right away, you'll see kind of how I manage things. Ten minutes here on the open. Just gonna quickly run through my thoughts for the day for anyone coming in just now. Welcome, good morning. If you guys could hit that like button, I appreciate it. Help push the stream. Big picture, we did have a huge sell-off yesterday. Pulled back to about 50%, even a little bit more, overnight, and then sold off again to retest this level. So I like this as we're at this huge zone right here. And so my thought is like, okay, we might just be bottoming pre-market and it just goes, which would be kind of a bummer, but I think, maybe we get a pullback and could look for a long, or we sell off a little bit more and continue. Even if it's up to this downtrend line, that's still a nice trade. On the daily chart of the NASDAQ, again, we're still just in this choppy wedge that's just getting even tighter. At some point, we might move, but you can go broke betting that. Just wait until it happens, essentially. So kind of just waiting to see how this plays out. It looks like it's kind of just moving. I was looking to see if it might do a pullback here, but it just looks like it's ramping up into the open. I mean, it's a pretty big sell-off, and the market just might pop at the open because of it. In terms of news, which I get off of Forex Factory, free website, we have minor news at 10 o'clock. A couple of 3 minor newses. I don't really think they're going to do much today. And then that's kind of it for the day. I mean, Trump's speaking at 9 p.m. tonight. So that might do something overnight, but that's super late in the day. And then some minor news tomorrow. So at this point, I'm just going to wait to see if we open. Maybe we get a little sell-off here, retest this area, and can get in on a buy down here somewhere. In terms of looking for shorts, where did I had another trend line here. This more recent, broader channel trend line. Could be actually, I don't know why I haven't drawn this one. Could be doing this. That seems totally reasonable too. Which that we're technically hitting right now. And that does line up with this previous swing. So we could do this. I don't think I'll short that right at the open. I think the bigger picture is more likely higher. But that would definitely be interesting to see if it sells off of that. What would a buy down here look like? In terms of like healthy moves, this isn't crazy in terms of seeing a massive move up that gets really overexhausted. I think this to me is more of just a slower bottom playing out. So I don't really think there's anything to do up here for me. And I'm just going to wait to see it open. And also, I slept terribly last night, so I want to be aware of that my decision making might not be as good today, and so I don't want to push funny spots. If I'm not super confident in a read, I'll probably just not do anything, because it's better to skip a spot where it's kind of not great of a read when your decision fatigue is kind of high versus forcing it, because generally, you make more money when you have good decision-making skills. Got 5 more minutes till this opens. Definitely kind of getting a little frothy. Pretty good chance we just dump as well. Totally possible. I mean, we could totally just come up to this trend line in this previous swing and just rip lower off of that. And so that's why I'm totally fine being cautious, because, I mean, right now the market's just making crazy moves. I don't think over the last week it's, we're in this like very sideways range, but the moves have just been kind of crazy and hard to actually predict. You like TradingView? What's the difference with NinjaTrader? Um, I mean, the platform's totally personal preference. If you like TradingView, you can use it. Um, NinjaTrader is a big part of is the brokerage, because you get low margin requirements for trading futures. I think if this opens and just rips lower and barely makes a new low, I think that makes a good spot for looking for a unhealthy move to the downside and then a bottom with the big picture. To me, that's a pretty good story and kind of flush pattern. Make some kind of, higher low or, just fake out on a 15-minute chart, which would look pretty good big picture. Nine a.m. was a great spot to enter long. I mean, some mornings are good, but for me, like that requires me to jump on too early in the day. Not wake up even earlier. At some point, I gotta try and gotta get good sleep too, right? But there's nothing wrong with entering in pre-market, especially if they're East Coast time. Like that's totally early enough or late enough in the day to be able to sleep. But anyone on like the West Coast or I'm mountain, so I'm just market. It's 7:30 a.m. for me right now, so waking up even earlier is like kind of it starts to get a little ridiculous. I'm someone that needs like 8+ hours of sleep. If you only need 6 hours, you're that kind of person. More power to you. You lucked out. Sleep when you're dead. I try, but it sometimes catches up with me. I feel a little bit like a zombie this morning. Okay, here we go. Market's about to open. See if we kind of get a push lower and see what. I mean, every day, honestly, I feel like we could go either direction. That's how crazy this market is. But in terms of major support levels and already having kind of a big down day, and really we're opening low. So anyone that was like either holding this or went long at the end of the day yesterday isn't feeling too good right now. But it's definitely a good buying spot if you think big picture, we're down at this support level. Here's our more opening pop. Well, there's your typical almost 100-point opening candle. Just honestly waiting to see what the first 10 minutes of this looks like. Now, big picture to the upside. I mean, honestly, I would say this is the next kind of level. We got a double test here, and it kind of blew out the top side of that a little. But it, I mean, really, it kind of bounced off that same area. So I would definitely say this is, if we do pop all the way up here. Now, we could just roll over here from, and this just be the opening spike. But if we do push higher, that's kind of where I would think this initial move might slow down. Could still almost end up, if this wick closes, if this candlestick closes bearish, it could end up holding this downtrend almost. At least on a 5-minute. You have to pay for live futures data on TradingView. You should have to pay for it everywhere. I'm pretty sure it's cheaper on NinjaTrader though than TradingView. Looks like it's gonna just rip this. It's not really at a big enough support level where I want to take a short. I was thinking about these pre-market little spikes that can do this. Looks like it's already kind of made most of that move though. Pretty bearish looking move. What is this support level I have here? Oh, the previous. I'm just gonna remove that. Now this did make a new high here. In a sense, like we could be doing this. So I'm gonna keep an open mind for that. Granted though, this is a pretty good sell-off off at this level and this downtrend. But I would kind of think that this bigger picture can take over. And that's kind of what I want to try and focus on potentially catching this morning. You know, it might just pull back to this area and bottom because this is kind of where it bottomed before. But I think this momentum definitely has the chance to, I'd like to see it slow down a little bit versus just, I don't want to just jump in front of it because I think a larger trend is more likely to go a little slower. Granted, the market has been very fast recently and not really been giving more methodical entries. But that doesn't mean I want to just chase an idea. I think coming down and testing this low is a little better than it testing here. But that is kind of bullish too if it just comes down here and tests this. But it's a little out of my norm to just enter in down here on a bigger picture idea. It's not quite my entry style. Just waiting to see if this comes down and kind of bottoms at the 9:45, 10 a.m. window. I think that would be pretty ideal. Letting this cruise lower, still just pushing lower. Feel like you've been letting your emotions get in the way too much? It happens. I mean, I feel like last week was a little similar for me, and you just gotta, you just gotta pull back, take some time to reset, downsize if you need to. Maybe cut out some ideas, maybe some spots that you thought were good or you were being a little overly aggressive with, or maybe over trading with. Or if, like I think, like you said, you're under trading. You got to just downsize and say, okay, my plan is to just, when I see the entry, even if I'm scared, I enter. Because you almost have to train yourself to break through that emotion. To break that emotional control, that emotion's control over you. Because theoretically, when you spot good trades and you don't jump in because of your emotions, well, that it's negatively impacting your trading. Looking for a bottom down here, but it would kind of suck if it just spikes this fast. These candlesticks are really big still. I mean, this candlestick that's over 50 points. It's a little crazy. Especially with it's big spike wick. This big spike, if it's gonna follow this one, it's just gonna make another low. So I mean, I don't really like the movement that's happening right now. We're down 1% on the day from mostly the overnight session, but Looks pretty methodical with this downtrend though. You know, pretty much tested this and this downtrend. Definitely, I think we make a new low off of that. It's a new low, breaking the overnight low. See how much further it goes. If it wants to, I kind of want to see here. Just draw a little line here at the previous low or the next low to see, okay, when does it break that extreme? Because after that, after this low, I mean, it's a ways to this low. Doesn't mean there isn't like support in here. Yeah, the market's been very trendy. It's been very trendy, but also very reversally, to say it in a funny way. I mean, just with the fact that it trends very hard when it does, and then it just reverses on a dime. Which again makes it, I think, very hard to trade. Is because when it does reverse, you almost have to FOMO in or chase. And then, you know, that makes it think, you know, because that's working out, that makes you more likely to want to do that. Even if that's not necessarily something that's very, at least for me, not very repeatable. I hate the feeling of like having to chase moves. I like the methodicalness. And, you know, the market's not giving that. It's not giving that. You know, trying to adjust a little bit here and there, but see if this slows down here at all. Still just spiking all over the place. Definitely see the reversal potential, but also we could just continue to rip. I'm just gonna leave it on a 5-minute for a minute. These kind of markets are hard because, you know, in hindsight, it looks like there's so much money to be made if you can catch the moves. But it's also, it just can just destroy you because it feels so hard to read. I know some people were asking if I do stream on Twitch. Some people find that there is less delay there than YouTube. Technically, YouTube should have, I'm seeing a 3-second delay or less. But sometimes people have said on Twitch it's a little better. You're not going to see as active of a chat if you care about that. But I'll put a link in the chat for anyone that wants to go look at that. We're just in this big downtrend right here. Definitely waiting until this downtrend line breaks for sure. But in terms of an unhealthy move on a 5-minute, I definitely like this. Like, this is a big, you know, we could easily do this. Easily. In this market. Even if it pops up to here, that's still a pretty good trade, and could at least get out with some profit and break even. And so I think it does make it to where I think it's worth it movement wise to take a stab if we get there. We are literally just breaking this major low over here by just a tick, basically. We'll see if this kind of happens. You think the reversal is going to come later? A lot of the reversals have been coming later. Like during my trading session, it just sells off and then it happens later. It's kind of frustrating because it feels like, you know, I just miss out on the, you know, like yesterday, crazy move. And then the reversal came around like 1 o'clock. It looked like it was going to start at 11, but it actually made one more move lower and then reversed. And the last few good reversals kind of have been like that too. That was last week over there. This week, I don't even remember what this week has been like. I think this week was kind of choppy here. A little choppier this week. I think the first couple of days in the week were pretty choppy, but now clearly we're moving. This week is just, I've only taken one trade this week. Took it on Monday. It wasn't a good trade. But other than that, it's just been, I think Tuesday, what's today anyway? Yeah, Tuesday it was just a chop fest, and then yesterday we just opened and sold off. I looked for a long here and here, but it didn't happen. Didn't take a trade. And then today, we'll see how far this goes. Just looking at this little, interesting enough, this wasn't really a level I like to look at a short, but in terms of my entry pattern that I'm looking for, this does fit into this one. If you see exactly, it's exactly kind of what I'm theorizing for how I want to enter in and what I'm looking for in terms of it comes up, you know, makes a big move that then just reverses. And then you look for kind of a 50% pullback. And you can it's very clearly it did that. It kind of makes a high, clearly reverses in a big way, and then makes a 50% pullback from this move. And you jump in here. I mean, the risk reward would have been kind of not great to the lows. You would have had to expect, that would have been under the impression that this thing is just going to rip lower. And I mean, it definitely, in terms of continuing a downtrend, it makes sense. In terms of it's at this trend line, it's at this previous like level. But that, I don't really like doing that. To me, that seems like you're betting on a breakout of this larger support level. You know, you're kind of, I like to try and think of it as, okay, if we're in this range, I would rather look for longs down here and shorts up here. Looking for something like that. I mean, it was a very clean setup in terms of price action, but in terms of the big picture, that's why I wasn't really, you know, thinking about something like that. You know, you're chasing the low, which is, in hindsight, it looks amazing. But I think waiting for this, so doing some kind of stab lower and then we're looking for reversal is, I think, a little better. Big picture, 5 minute, we do have a fair value gap here. It's definitely showing an unhealthy move to some extent. We're coming up to 10 o'clock. We do have that minor news at 10. It's pretty minor though. There's 3 little news. Maybe we chop for a minute or two going into it, but I think this market's moving enough that it's probably not going to do anything. I would definitely trade into it. I don't know if I'd call this downtrend broken yet. Now we have broken out to where we could pull back and test this level, this low. Do this. But I think that's the minor. If we do continue lower, that might hold. But I'm going to lean more into the big picture that if it does this, I'm going to probably try and jump into a long. Focusing on the big picture that this is a big downtrend. We are getting, this is a big candlestick. And if it starts to bottom, this is definitely a little overextended to the downside. An exhaustive candle that could trigger us to pop. You know, it's a lot of time these trends. Actually, I haven't drawn the other side of the channel here. If we're in one, we're bouncing basically off the bottom. You know, sometimes they'll get overexhausted and then kind of break. So we're breaking this here. Where did my little entry chart go? I like this. I want to keep it on the side on another screen here, just to help remind me what I'm looking for. This 1 minute trend is broken. I'm not going to jump in on a quick pullback here. I think that's a little too aggressive. But I'm going to start seeing what something looks like here. We can get 3R up to here. And if we pop even more, it looks good. I kind of want to see that break a structure in terms of you know, it hasn't really made a new high yet. Like in terms of looking for this entry, this first one here, I want to see it make kind of a new high and then maybe pull back. Or if it doesn't really make a new high and it just runs up, I'll wait for a deeper pullback, kind of like this guy. Like this guy just kind of went, and if it moves, I'll just wait for if it's going to have a deep pullback to get filled. But here, this is kind of the entry I would be doing last week, and it was a little too aggressive, to where it's okay, it breaks, and I'm just going to get in on if it pulls back. But to me, that's not enough confirmation. It could just do this, you know. I would rather see it make a new low here and then maybe make a new high and pull back and I jump in. It's definitely like a little more patient, but I think in this kind of market, it's the right thing to do. And you know, it's gonna I'll miss out on some swings because of that patience, but made a new low. Haven't seen me trade in weeks. I don't know if you've been on stream, but I took I think 4 trades last week. I've only taken 1 this week though. This week has been I've been trying to be a little more patient, pull back on being too overly aggressive because I don't think it was working. Nice little double bottom here. That's a good sign. On a 5 minute, you know, we're definitely starting to bottom here. 5 minute, I can definitely see if this kind of reverses, we can pop this. That's what I'd be looking for here. Now we could kind of just go into a wedge and continue lower. I still want to see that break a structure. Sorry if I'm missing questions, but definitely kind of trying to focus here, as this looks like it wants to set up something. And maybe this was just the double bottom and I should have just jumped in. But actually right here, now that it's made a new high, I will enter in here. That's what my strategy says to do. Because it made a new high there by just a smidge. But it still made a new high. And so I'll look to jump in on a little pullback here. And sometimes it pulls back and doesn't go 50% and then rips, which will kind of suck, but this is kind of the first size in. I'm small size here. Just to try and see, take stabs and see what makes sense. Where is, this is that's a big rip. That bearish or reversal that quickly is definitely kind of concerning, but, so I'm just going to let it play out. It's enough of a confirmation of what I'm looking for. Sometimes I like to wait for too much confirmation. And so it's a happy middle ground of being a little nervous, but the overall picture, right, is it did make a new high here, which is part of my strategy. And then I waited for a pullback entry because the pullback entry gives me a much better price. Because otherwise, chasing up here, horrible risk reward. And if it works out, I think we probably pop up here pretty quickly, and maybe I'll take half off pretty quickly. Maybe up here, it would be ideal to take half off up here at 3x, because I think the easy move is up to here, right? Just giving back this fast move we had this morning, I think that's the easy move. The bigger picture move, which I do want to start looking at trying to trade for the longer term, is the big picture. Like if I can snipe a entry down here, catch this up, and then say, well, I also think it's likely that we do this at least to the middle of the range. How can I hold on to that on like a 15-minute or a 5-minute chart? That's kind of something a little bit more down the road, but definitely something I'm thinking about. And I think I'll go break even once it kind of pops up here, because this is definitely kind of choppy. We could totally just, pull back. I like this entry. I don't think there's a reason to, I don't like the idea of getting scared and getting out too early. I'm going to put a sell limit, though, at 3x up here. If it just spikes up there, I'll take 3 out of 5 off. And then I want to kind of be loose with the other two and more manage it on a 5-minute, knowing that, okay, could do this on a 5-minute. We're really overextended to the downside over the last couple of days. How can I manage to capture that move up? I think I'll move my stop here at least, because it could pop like this. It's interesting actually thinking about, could I use a 50% pullback? Because if it does a 50% pullback of this move up, that's kind of here. And so bottoming down here would be logical in a healthy manner. It just does a breakout pullback here, tests, and then goes. But if it comes all the way down here, I think it's okay to take off a little risk. Giving it that whole room down here, I don't know if that would really make a difference. That would be a really big pullback that I don't think is likely to shape up in a good way. Now this could peter out too. Let's see, 50% pullback of this down move is right here. We've already broken past this. So we could do this. You know, a little pullback, test this level and keep going. You know, 15-minute chart has a great fair value gap here. That's kind of what I'm looking for. We're at this 2x move. I think I'm going to go break even on the trade now. It's moving fast. I think I'm just going to leave my limit where it is. I could start to think about, you know, moving up my trail here, but I don't really think there's a good spot to do it. You know, we could pop up here and just pull back here, test this, basically test these two swing highs. Again, do a little breakout pullback here. I don't want to get over managey about the micro moves. The main picture is I think it's going to go from here to here, and I don't know what this looks like in between. Now it could totally not do that and just rip lower, and I could get everything out at break even. And maybe 2x was a smart spot to take things off. But I think with the volatility the market's having right now, and the way that this move's set up and testing this zone, I think it's worth it to maybe be a little more risky with not trailing up. And you know, once it starts to get up here, I'll definitely start trailing, because there's no point in a hard part of that fixed target is you don't want to have it come up here, just miss it and sell all the way off. That is a mistake I learned the hard way. And so once it kind of starts to get close to your limit, you need to start trailing in some capacity, because it, you know, you always want to think about your risk reward as the trade is continuing. And, you know, right now I'm risking, you could say I'm risking 2 to make 1 on my 3 contracts here. And then when this closes out with the other 2, I'm theoretically risking 3. Granted, I'd move up at some point, but you could say I'm risking 3 to see, okay, maybe it pops up here. So I'm risking 3 to see 6 maybe. So you're in a way somewhat seeing 1-to-1 still. So you got to be very careful with getting overly greedy and where your stop is, because it's constantly adjusting. But I'm also expecting it to slow down here and then pop up. Looks like we might have this little uptrend here. At 2R, it's good to start trimming. Totally could be. Especially since it's starting to slow down here. But if it hasn't broken this little uptrend and it's above this support, I'm okay with letting it do its thing, you know. I think once it starts to get up to here, this upper, you know, close to this downtrend, maybe if this candlestick, yesterday we had a big candlestick pop like this and immediately reversed and topped the market, I might start to trim too. And so I'm going to actually increase this order and get ready here. Separate these two. And just trail this up here as it looks like it might pop into my target here. It'd be nice if it just popped without a pullback, because once it kind of gets into this area, it's kind of tricky where it's like, okay, well, it could pull back all the way here, and then it's like, oh, I could have got out, you know, here with the previous candlestick. But that's, you know, that's kind of just how managing is sometimes. But I'm going to let this candlestick form and close, and then I'll probably move my stop above it. It's hard though, because it's like the trend line's still in play. If it starts to break down, I'll probably try and get out somewhere here. But it just looks strong enough like it's just gonna go and hit me. I'll move my stop up here because we are getting really close now. And we are getting close to this downtrend. I think that downtrend's not gonna be very precise. And I think the market's gonna break through that. But we could get a minor pullback here that is big enough that it's not really worth holding through. Looks like this is going to get knocked out here at a little bit above 2. And if I can trail up tight enough, I might just start moving this limit up too. Because if I can capture if I can trail it close enough, you know, I'm totally happy with trying to let it go farther. But I'm likely just going to let it do its thing and hit 3x here. There we go. That's hit. So now for these other 2 contracts, I'm going to try, this is new for me, but I want to try and start managing on a 5-minute for these. And so for a 5-minute here, now it really depends. If this just rockets up here, I'm not going to wait for a 5-minute candlestick to do a pullback. I'll trail on a 1-minute. You know, if it just rockets up here and hits like, if it just pops all the way up here, I'll just close out because that's, you know, on the flip side, that's an unhealthy move up. And I think likely this is a great target. You know, I don't want to get greedy, right? Like up there is probably what? If I adjust this, yeah, you're looking at 5 or 6x up there. Like I don't, that's plenty. But I do want to give it a little bit of a pullback. Hard part here though, because of how big this moved, and this, you know, hindsight, maybe we'll see. But this could easily pull back to here before it goes up on a big picture. Big picture, like on a 5-minute, that this would make so much sense, is pulling all the way back here. But kind of like what I was talking about is, well, on a 60-minute, a 15-minute, like, and a 60-minute, if I think this is the bottom, like if we're right down here, right? And I want to try and hold through this, at least up to here or up to here, you're going to have to hold through some deep pullbacks that are abnormal to do. And it's small enough size right now in terms of contracts that mentally I think I can do that. Looking at the chat for the first time in the last, I don't know, since I entered that. This is a real live account. The delay is like 2 seconds. I would recommend not following me since I've been changing a lot about my trading recently. In terms of, I don't know how I would stream holding this. I might just, if I leave something on for like the day, I'd probably just leave my stream up with it muted or something. I'm not going to sit here all day and watch it. We are coming up to this downtrend. This is hard in this spot because I am very aware and that this can do this. Like it can totally have a big pullback here. And maybe if it feels like it starts to get toppy and I get nervous about it, I could take another contract off and just leave one on. You know, so then it doesn't feel like, oh, I gave back a ton of profit. I think that's not a bad idea. Because to me, this does look like it could just rip. And one contract would still give me the ability to practice holding for that longer term. I'm going to give it a little bit of wiggle room here. Let it pull back to here-ish. See if it bottoms. And then I'm just going to pull this down here. And then I'll probably close one out. Like trail up with one. Just because I think mentally that would be good. And based on the market, because even if this rockets up here on a 5-minute, there's going to be some pullbacks, right? And that's out of my norm of holding through. I'm not used to that. In hindsight, when it just like does a pullback like this and looks like that, it's like, oh wow, that's easy. Just hold through the pullbacks and pray that it goes up over time, and don't move your stop up. That's really hard to do in real time. So I think what that would do is I'd put a sell stop below this low if I want to get out. This is, I think, more of an aggressive 1-minute stop. If I think it's going to break this uptrend, I'll jump out of one more. And then I think after that, I'll try and leave a 5-minute. For at least like an hour or two. I do kind of have somewhere I have to be in about an hour and a half that I would not want to hold a trade on. But this could easily fill by then. And I think on a super big picture, it could totally pull back here and continue higher. And this kind of spot, I don't think happens very often. Why it's happening now is because why I'm doing this now and not on all my trades is because we're at a huge level. And theoretically, if this just does this like it does here and like it's done previously, I will have bought literally the bottom and being able to hold through a move like that in some capacity. Now, granted, like there's crazy volatility in the middle. I probably wouldn't hold through that. Like I just try and hold something like this. Even with one contract, that's huge. But I have to be willing to, I think on this trade is like risk that it might just do a big deep pullback because this is an unhealthy move to the upside now. I'm happy with where this other stop is. I mean, I think it's either going to flag out here and go up, or it's going to stab and pull back. Might come down to here. It could just do a little fake lower and continue. We'll see if the upwards momentum is done. Feels good to get a good trade like that, though, after a little bit of struggle. But patience, pays off as always. The first contracts close for basically 1,000, and then we'll kind of see where the rest of this goes. My risk was 500, so right now I'm at, I've already locked in basically 2x. And some of these moves, like this move I'm looking for, could be literally like a 10x. And that's, I'm not trying to think about that as much. It's more of thinking about, okay, I entered in very close to the lows. I got a scalp. And then now how can I turn this into a swing trade? With the idea that I think this is at a spot where this could turn into a bottom. I mean, in big picture, we had a big move down, recover, big move down, and then this just did, this is a fake, this is a huge fake lower where we had a big sell-off, made new lows, and clearly rejected that. That is such a big bottoming pattern. You know, you could see that here, right? Like big move down, one more push, and then it rejected that. And then once it does that, you know, a lot of times it triggers another push higher. Or, you know, over like here, it didn't really have that. But again, I'm just trying to think of like, okay, we're at the bottom of the major area. How can I try and hold a trade through some of this? And if it doesn't happen, and if it comes all the way down here and knocks me out, that's okay. Like I've captured the majority of the trade with scaling out when the easy money was over. It's been selling off on good news. Yeah, I mean, this week had a lot of good inflation numbers. And then on the flip side, you kind of had some weird, you know, Middle East or tariffs that might have triggered some sell-offs. But there's been a lot of emotional selling off, which I think is, yeah, can help trigger. And there's just been crazy volatility, so. I'm going to stay and manage this. And then I think once it knocks me out of this contract, I'll just kind of step away for a while. And it's going to knock me out there. So knock me out of 4 out of 5. So I've realized 1,200. And, you know, it might just pull back and continue higher. That would be great, you know. But I'm happy to get out here because that helps just confirm. And then I think I'm just literally going to switch over to looking at a 5-minute. I'm not going to look at a 1-minute anymore. There's no point because I'm trying to manage this on a 5-minute. And on a 5-minute, I think it's, you know what, a 50% pullback of this move is all the way down here. I think in terms of big picture, if we look at a 15-minute even, like if it has a pullback here and makes a head and shoulders, it can totally pull back down to here and shoot up. And so should I have this at break even? Maybe I should, because if I walk away and it spikes here and then goes, I would be very sad if I got knocked out, right? Because this keeps it much closer to the lows. And you know what, I'm risking, I'm already planning to give it this room. Like what's another, what is that, like 50 bucks? But I mean, I think, you know, if I'm thinking about a bullish move and a bullish pullback, I think comes down to this support level. Now that doesn't mean it couldn't wick down here and then recover. And so I think in that capacity, I think I would rather move it down, maybe just a little bit above break even, and just let it kind of do its thing. And I'm just going to step away for a while, go for a walk with the dog, get some food. Actually, I might go on a run. I'm trying to go on a run this morning before it gets crazy hot. So I'm going to leave it up and come back and check and see where things are at and kind of just see what happens. But the main trade is over. So, you know, appreciate all you guys being here. You know, if some of you guys stay, I'll come back in maybe an hour and look, see what's going on. And I'll just leave this up. And, you know, I'm really just kind of looking for the big picture to play out to the upside. So I won't be trading. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm only doing it 4 days a week. But I will be back Monday. So I'm not going to close the stream. I'm going to leave it up, but I am probably going to mute myself and, you know, leave for an hour. Because I don't think that this is going to, if a pullback like this happens, it's going to be at least 30 or 45 minutes before it comes up here. You know, maybe I could put in a limit order up here, but I don't think that's going to happen either. You know, I think it's very likely we have a pullback down to here, and I'm ready to hold through that. That's my plan. So let you guys manage the trade. That'd be crazy. So yeah, I probably should actually, since I've never done this, probably should put some text on the screen so people realize that I'm just away. But for people that are leaving, appreciate you guys being here. As always, trading is always a journey. But as you can tell from my ups and downs, being patient and methodical is always what pays off. Trying to be overly aggressive and doing too much and chase every swing just never works out. Okay, let's see what this horrible text looks like. I guess I gotta add something for the vertical stream too. What's my Strava? It's actually not public yet, but I am planning to make it public when I launch my outdoorsy channel. But it's not impressive right now because uh, I have been working too much and not able to train as much as I wanted. Like I have a race that I'm signed up for in under a month that's 24 miles with 9,000 feet of gain over like technical rock terrain that I was super excited for, and I'm just not where I can do it. Like if I did it, I would injure myself and ruin other things that I've planned. Um, and I'm sad about it because I think it would be crazy fun. But you know, that's just the reality sometimes. You know, I've been trying to prioritize streaming and trading and not be able to train as much. What's my 5K pace? Terrible, because I'm more of an ultra runner, an endurance guy. Okay, well, that's it. I'm gonna go. What does AFK mean? Away from keyboard. So I'll be back in a bit to just look at this, but yeah. So appreciate you guys being here, and see you in a little while.
Well, I'm just popping back for 2 seconds. Yeah, I mean, not much to do other than just wait. I mean, this is kind of the pullback I was looking for. For a long, for a bounce. I mean, obviously it would have been more nice if it just went like this. But I think big picture. Again, this is kind of what I was looking for. 60-minute still is like. I mean, it could totally go down too, but I think, again, this is the spot to look for this move. 15-minute. I mean, looks. Again, it's like still just looking for this head and shoulders. So I think if it's gonna bottom, this is where it's gonna do it. Um, so that's what I'm going to just leave it as. I have to go for a meeting that's gonna kind of go for a couple hours, so I won't be back for a while. Um, yeah, I guess I guess I'm just gonna leave my stream open. If my computer overheats and dies, that's why it's turned off. But I mean, like, I think this looks good. Big picture, like what I'm looking for is us to swing up here, and basically my thought is like, okay, see how we are into the close of the day and where we're at, and decide, okay, do I want to hold overnight or not? That's a big decision that I will look at later. Um, so just kind of gotta let it do its thing. Uh, so see you guys in a little bit. Just gonna let this thing do its thing. I'm happy I only have one contract because it makes holding this longer swing way easier. The run was good, just quick. My legs are kind of cooked from my workouts earlier in the week, so nice to end the week on a win though. Even no matter how this swing plays out, nice to end in that way. Okay, see you guys in a bit. Well, I don't know how many more people are watching, but just got back and yeah, it seems to be done. So I'm just gonna kind of call it for the day and see everyone next week. Have a good weekend, everyone. Swing didn't make it. Could still go.